Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, So now they have to sing Brahma Samhita.
चिंतामणि प्रकर सत्म सुकल्प वृक्षा लक्षावृतेषु सुप्रतिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि कीर्णुक्वनन्तमरविन्ददलायताक्षम् बर्हावतं समसिताम्बुदसुन्दराङ्गम् दर्पकोटिकमनीय विशेषशोभम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलसद्वनमाल्यवंशी रत्नाङ्गदं प्रणयकेलिकलाविलासम् श्यामं त्रिभङ्गललितं नियतप्रकाशम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि अग्निमयस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति अङ्गानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति कान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनन्दचिन्मय सदुज्ज्वल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि अद्वैतमच्युतमनादिमनन्तरूपम् आद्यं पुराणपुरुषं नवयौवनं च वेदेषु दुर्लभमदुर्लभमात्मभक्तौ गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि पन्तास्तु कोटिशतवत्सरसम्प्रगम्यो वायोरतापि मनसो मुनिपुङ्गवानां सोऽप्यस्ति यत्प्रपदसिन्यविचिन्त्य तत्त्वे गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि एकोऽप्यसौ रचयितुं जगदण्डकोटिम् यच्छक्तिरस्ति जगदण्डजयाय दन्तः अण्डान्तरस्थ परमाणुचयान्तरस्थम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यद्भावभावितधियो मनुजस्तथैव सम्प्राप्य रूपमहिमासनयानभूषः सूक्तैर्यमेव निगमप्रतितैस्तुवन्ति गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आनन्दचिन्मय रस प्रतिभाविताभिस्ताभिर्ययेव निजरूपतया कलाभिः गोलोक एव निवसत्यखिलात्मभूतो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि प्रेमाञ्जनच्चुरितभक्तिविलोचनेन सन्तः सदैव हृदयेषु विलोकयन्ति यं श्यामसुन्दरमचिन्त्य गुणस्वरूपं गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि रामादिमूर्तिषु कलानियमेन तिष्ठन् नानावतारमकरोद्भुवनेषु किन्तु कृष्ण स्वयं समभवत् परमः पुमान्यो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यस्य प्रभा प्रभवतो जगदन्तकोटि कोटिष्वशेष वसुधादिविभूतिभिन्नम् तद्ब्रह्म निष्कलमनन्तमशेषभूतम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि माया हि यस्य जगदन्तशतानि सूते त्रैगुण्य तद्विषय वेदवितायमाना सत्त्वावलम्बि परसत्त्व विशुद्ध सत्त्वम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आनन्द चिन्मय रसात्मतया मनस्सु यः प्राणिनां प्रतिफलं स्मरतामुपेत्य लीलायितेन भुवनानि जयत्यजस्रम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोलोकनाम्नि निजदाम्नि तले च तस्य देवी महेश हरिधाम सुतेषु तेषु ते ते प्रभाव निचय विहिताश्च येन गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि सृष्टि स्थिति प्रलय साधन शक्तिरेक चायेव यस्य भुवनानि विभक्ति दुर्गा ईर्षानुरूपमपि यस्य च चेष्टतेष गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि क्षीरं यथा दधि विकार विशेष योगात् संजायते न हि ततः पृथगस्ति हेतोः यशम्भुतामपि तथा समुपैति कार्यात् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि दीपाचिरेव हि दशान्तरमभ्युपेत्य दीपायते विवर्धहेतु समानधर्म यस्तागृदेव हि च विष्णुदया विभाति गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यः कारणार्णवजले भजति स्म योगा निद्रामनन्तजगदन्धसरोमकूपः आधारशक्तिमवलम्ब्य परां स्वमूर्तिम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यस्यैकनिश्वसितकालमतावलम्ब्य जीवन्ति लोमविलजा जगदन्दनाथः विष्णुर्महान् सहृदयस्य कला विशेषो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि बाष्वान् यथाश्मशकलेषु निजेषु तेजः स्वीयं कियत् प्रकटयत्यपि तत्र ब्रह्माय एष जगदन्धविधानकर्ता गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यत्पादपल्लवयुगं विनिताय कुम्भः द्वन्द्वे प्रणाम समये सगणाधिराजा विघ्नान् विहन्तमलमस्य जगत्त्रयस्य गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि अग्निर्मही गगनमम्बुमरुद्दिशश्च कालस्ततात्ममनशीति जगत्त्रयानि यस्मात् भवन्ति विभवन्ति विशन्ति यं च गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यक्षुरेश सविता सकल ग्रहाणाम् राजा समस्त सुरमूर्तिरशेष तेजः यस्य ज्ञया भ्रमति संवृत काल चक्रो गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि धर्मोतपापनिचय श्रुतयस्तपांसि ब्रह्मादिगीतपदगावजयश्च जीवः यद्दत्तमात्र विभव प्रकट प्रभावः गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यस्त्विन्द्र गोपमतवेन्द्र महोस्वकर्म बन्धानुरूप फलभाजनमातनोति कर्माणि निर्दहति किन्तु च भक्तिभाजाम् गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि यं क्रोधकाम सहज प्रणयादिभिः वात्सल्य मोह गुरु गौरव सेव्य भावैः संचिन्त्य तस्य सदृशीं तनुमापुरेते गोविन्दमादिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि श्रेयकान्ता कान्ता परम पुरुष कल्पतरवो द्रुमा भूमिश्चिन्तामणि गणमयि तोयममृतम् तथा गानं नाट्यं गमनमपि वंसि प्रियसखी चिदानन्दं ज्योतिः परमपि तदा स्वाद्यमपि च स यत्र क्षीराब्धि श्रवति सुरभिभ्यश्च सुमहान् निमेषादाख्योपव्रजति न हि यत्रापि समयः भजेष्वेष्टद्वीपं तमहमिह गोलोकमिति विदन्तस्ते सन्तक्षिति विरलचारा कतिपये हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे श्री श्री राम संहिता की जय।
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण 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 हरे राम हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
श्लाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरौ श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगण ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशकारिणे नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिसिद्धान्त सरस्वतीति नामिने श्रीवार्षपानवी देवी दैताय कृपाब्धये कृष्णसम्बन्धविज्ञानदायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुर्योज्ज्वलप्रेमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुहभक्तिद श्रीगौरकरुणाशक्तिविग्रहाय नमोऽस्तुते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनकारिणे रूपानुहविरुद्धाप सिद्धान्तध्वान्तहारिणे नमो गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्बरसाम्बोधे पादाम्बुजायते नमः। नमो भक्तिविनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्तिस्वरूपाय रूपानुहवरायते गौराविर्भावभौमेस्त्वं निर्दिष्ट सज्जनप्रिय वैष्णवसार्वभौम श्रीजगन्नाथाय ते नमः। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदन्याय कृष्णप्रेमप्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णचैतन्य नाम्ने गौरसुविषे नमः। पञ्चतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकान्त राधाकान्त नमोऽस्तुते। जयतां सुरतोपङ्गोर्मम मन्दमतिर्गति मत्सर्वस्वपदाम्बोजौ राधा मदनमोहनो दिव्यवृन्दारण्यकल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद्रत्नाहारसिंहासनस्थो श्रीमद्राधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेवो प्रेष्ठादिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भि वंशीवटतटस्थितः कर्षन्वेनो स्वनिर्गोपिर्गोपीनाथ श्रियेस्तुनः तप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। So we are going to discuss today about a very nice pastime about Maharaj Prataparudra. So he is a great king. He is king of Orissa during the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was king at that point in time, and he is a great devotee also. And his eagerness to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is described in this particular chapter. And now here there is why this is very important at this point in time. So here we see that now we are receiving or we are welcoming the deities of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Now they are going to be there in our festivals, major festivals. So, and rest of the time they'll be taken care by the community of the devotees, right? So though they are residing in one home, so but still they belong to the community. So all the devotees in turns, like they will be serving them, right? So this is very important it is not just, we bring the Vigraha, so then immediately the Lord is present there. Of course, the Lord is present there, but more the Lord will manifest more when we show the eagerness, to worship Him, to serve Him, and things like that. So otherwise, the Lord is not, obliged to be present in any place. Just like that, we cannot control the Lord. We cannot just bring the Lord and keep Him in some place. We can only request Him, and the Lord has to choose to manifest, right? So that is the way, like, the Lord actually comes. And also the Mangalacharan prayers, that just before starting this topic, we offered the Mangalacharan prayers. So this is also very, very significant. You might have noticed, we chanted many more mantras, like, which normally we would not chant during the Bhagavatam class. So this is worship of complete altar. Whoever is there, everybody in the altar are completely worshipped. And also this Mangalacharan is, if you see, the pranam mantras of various personalities are invoked. So when we chant the pranam mantra, we actually invoke the personality, over there. So when we chant Srila Prabhupada's pranam mantra, when we chant Panchatattva mantra, we actually invoke the personalities over there, right? So when these divine personalities are present, so then automatically the place becomes auspicious. So this is the way to create auspiciousness. We invoke these great personalities. So first is Om Jnana Timirandasya. So there, we pray to the spiritual master that I am born in the darkness of ignorance, and you please open my eyes. So how many of you think that you are in darkness? You are not able to see anything around? You are able to see things around, right? So then what does this darkness means? What is this darkness? Lack of knowledge of what? So we are able to see things, everything around us, but still, it is called as that we are born out of darkness of ignorance and we are blinded. So what is this blindness that is talked about? So in real Krishna consciousness, we see that Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, and everything that exists is part and parcel of Krishna. So if we are able to see this vision, then we are able to see everything clearly, right? So, but if you are not able to see this thing, if you are able to see every object, this table as something different from Krishna, this book is something different from Krishna, this microphone is something different from Krishna. So when we see everything different, when we are not able to see its connection with the Lord, so actually Lord Himself gives this definition in Srimad Bhagavatam, in the Chaturshloki Bhagavatam. So Lord gives the definition of Maya, or illusion, or darkness. What it means to be darkness? Darkness means, like, when you are able to see something in this world and you are not able to see its connection with Krishna, so then that means you are in darkness. Like even sometimes, some people who have never seen light. So those people who are born in what is that? I don't know whether you have come across some people like that in the mines and people like that. So their whole life, is underground actually. There are people like who live whole life underground. They don't have an idea of what it means to be light. So they have a different conception of things, right? So in the same way, we don't have a clear idea of what it means to be in light. So being in light means, so to see everything is in connection with Krishna, everything is in connection with the Supreme Lord. So when we are able to see that, so that means we will not be able to see anybody as an enemy. Why? Because everyone that is there is part and parcel of Krishna, and Krishna is Suhridam Sarva Bhutana, right? He is my best well-wishing friend. So a person who's seeing everything in connection with Krishna, he cannot see any enemies anywhere, and he cannot make the difference between friends. So such a person is actually in knowledge. Such a person actually, he is awakened, soul. So we are born in the darkness of illusion. Our eyes are blinded because we are not able to see things connected to Krishna. So that is, we offer this prayer to the spiritual master. So you are an awakened soul. So please open my eyes also. Please open my eyes so that I can have the spiritual vision that everything is properly connected to Krishna. Be able to see that particular vision. So then we have the Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam E Bhutal Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. So here we see that we pray Srila Rupa Goswami, and what is the description. So whenever we offer a pranam mantra to a deity, so what is there, the constituents of this pranam mantra? So we have some description of that personality, some activity of that personality, which is very special. No, Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam. So he could able to understand the inner feelings or inner desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Right? So that is a quality of Rupa Goswami. So in fact, that is in connection with the pastime that is there. So this is in this pastime, this actually Maharaj Pratap Rudra's pastime leads into Rathyatra. So during Rathyatra, once Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expresses a particular feeling. If you see, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in the mood of Srimati Radharani, and then, like in the mood of Srimati Radharani, address Jagannath, so who is none other than Krishna. So there is a particular expression that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu makes, which look like an ordinary film song, between a lover and beloved. People could not able to understand the inner meaning of it. But Rupa Goswami, he wrote a shloka which exactly depicted and then which gave a philosophical reasoning, behind the whole thing. So then, when this witnessed, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appreciated, and he actually appreciated Goswami, able to understand his inner mood. So that is why this prayer, Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam, Sthapitam Ena Bhutale, the mission of Krishna consciousness as desired by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this material world. Sthapitam ena bhutale. Swayam rupaha kada mahyam dadati swa padantikam. So I'm praying to that Rupa Goswami. So dadati means to give, to give something. So I'm praying to that Rupa Goswami. So what is that I'm asking for? So Dadati Antik. Dadati means to give, and Swapada, his own lotus feet. Antikam means to bring nearby. So may Srila Rupa Goswami bless me, I can go closer to this lotus feet, right? And then we have this Vandeham prayer, so which is which offers prayer, obeisances to the spiritual master, and then to the Panchatattva, then then to the six Goswamis, and then after that to the Panchatattva, and after that to Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, along with Lalita and Vishaka. So after that, we offer pranams to Srila Prabhupada by invoking Prabhupada's pranam mantra. So then we offer pranams to Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur by invoking his pranam mantra. So then next is, who's next after Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati? Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj. Then Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Then Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj. So we invoke all these personalities by their pranam mantras, and then we offer the Vaishnava pranam. So Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha. So for all the other acharyas in the in the line of disciplic succession. So why do we have only these pictures? From Srila Prabhupada to Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj. Why don't we have other pictures? The parampara has so many other personalities, right? Why don't we have other pictures? So these are liberated acharyas, and also these are the immediate succession, not succession, immediate predecessors, from Srila Prabhupada. So that is why we have these personalities in our altar, right? So, and rest of them, even many personalities like Baldev Vidyabhushan is there, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is there, Narottam Das Thakur is there. So many great personalities are there. So, but it is impossible to have all the personalities in the altar. So we have them, and when we offer our pranams to these personalities, so and glorify them, so it is sufficient enough that we glorify the whole parampara actually. And then the rest of the personalities we offer the Vaishnava pranam, Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha. So then after that we start specifically offering the prayers to Rupa Goswami, and then we offer prayers to Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Namo Mahavadanyaya, right? So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then we offer pranams to Panchatattva in a different way, So that is the name Panchatattva mantra is more of names, Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara, Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta. So this is when you have Namaha and Om and all these stuffs. So then it becomes mantra. No. Otherwise, when we don't have all these things, then it becomes names. So name is powerful or mantra is powerful? Huh? More opinions. Name is powerful or mantra is powerful? Huh? Some vote for mantra is also coming. Right? Which is more powerful? Yeah, so names are more powerful. Why? Because the names are directly, we are invoking the Krishna, and mantras have certain rules and regulations, and names don't have any rules and regulations. Names of the Lord can be taken anytime, and the Lord is more accessible, and the Lord actually gives more mercy, in the when we approach him through the names of the Lord. So now, Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam. So here Namaha has come, like obeisances, offering obeisances. So Namaha, Om, and all these things, they signify it is mantra, like that. So this is another way of invoking the Panchatattva, and then we invoke Sri Krishna, by his pranam mantra. What is the pranam mantra that we use? Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu. Another pranam mantra that you use for offering, what is that? Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagadhitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo. So that is another pranam mantra, but here in this one, here we use Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu. And then we chant 3 different pranam mantras for Krishna himself. So one is Madan Mohan, and second is Govinda Dev, and third is Gopinath. So these 3 are very significant. The whole teaching, the whole progress of a devotee in Krishna consciousness goes through 3 different levels, Sambandha, Abhidaya, and Prayojana. Right? So Sambandha means to understand our relationship with the Supreme Lord, and the deity of Madan Mohan, he actually facilitates, or he actually blesses the living entity with Sambandha Gyan. And the deity of Govinda Dev, he actually blesses the living entity with Abhidaya, the process of worship. So when we are clear with the Sambandha, like we know who are we, who is the Supreme Lord, and what is our relationship with him. So then after that, what happens? Now, after we understand this much, like what we are supposed to do, we should engage in the service. Just like, if you understand that you are an employee of a particular company, and in the induction program, they have given you the job description, and they have defined the salary package, everything is clearly defined. Now, what are you supposed to do? You have to work. So in the same way, like our sambandha is clarified. So then the immediate next thing is we have to engage in the bhajan. We have to engage in the abhidaya, that is chanting the names of the Lord, hearing about him, reading the scriptures, remembering him, offering worship, all these various things. Like all our time should be utilized, rightfully in the service of the Lord. Right? So because we are part and parcel of the Lord. So that is abhidaya. And prayojana is the goal. The goal is awarded by the deity called Gopinath. So these 3 personalities are offered like pranams, like Madan Mohan, Govinda Dev, and Gopinath. So because they give the sadhaka, so 3 different realizations. That is why, and this is the path. This is the way in which we actually progress in Krishna consciousness. So we offer pranams to all of them, and then finally, we offer pranams to Srimati Radharani, right? And then we chant the Panchatattva mantra and Hare Krishna mantra. So this offers a complete worship, or this invokes all the personalities like whom we worship in our altar, and then we offer pranams to all of them, right? So this is a very, very complete, pranam mantras, like complete invocation prayers that we chant. So why do we chant all these things? So why? Because we understand that in Krishna consciousness, nothing is there that we can forcibly take, right? So for everything, we need to have the mercy of the Lord. And how does this mercy of the Lord comes? Like finally, only one source of mercy is there. What is that one source of mercy? Huh? Krishna. Krishna is the only one source of mercy. He is called as the ocean of mercy, Karuna Sindhu. So this one source of mercy, directly you cannot access. So how many of you have heard me explaining the water tank example? If you have heard, right? So water tank example is a very classic example. So we have full of water in the water tank. but can we use that? No, can we access that water? No, we cannot access. To access that water, we need pipeline and we need tap. No, all these things is necessary. And like in this, which is more important? Water tank is more important, or pipeline is important, or tap is important? All are important. If anything goes bad, you will not get water. So in that way, like all these are very important. No, Krishna's mercy can be accessed only through Srimati Radharani and Panchatattva, like that is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, and then Gadadhar and Srivas. So only through them we can access. And then through the Guru Parampara, we can access. And then finally, through the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and our spiritual master, we can access this mercy. So we should have equal respect for all these personalities, right? So without them, it is not possible. Like if somebody is told that you get the mercy, you got the mercy of Krishna, or somebody tells, no, I've got the mercy of Krishna. Immediate question that comes is through which devotee? No? So, or like if somebody bestows mercy upon a living entity, means like the whole access from Krishna is there. No, without that, it is not possible. So it is a complete connection. No, it's complete connection, and Krishna bestows mercy upon the living entity in this fashion only. No, he makes this. No, he delivers his mercy through this fashion only. Very, very rarely. No, he personally bestows mercy, just like he bestowed mercy upon Arjuna. No, so where he personally taught. No, so very rarely it happens. So almost all the time, in the ordinary case, we are all ordinary case, right? So almost all the time, this is what happens. Like, we get the mercy through a devotee of the Lord. And in this way, like we access the mercy of Krishna, right? So that is why it is very essential that before we approach the Lord, we always remember, when we are able to engage in the service of the Lord, we're able to offer worship to the Lord, offer flowers to the Lord, tulsi to the Lord, or even able to chant the names of the Lord. So we should understand that it is not an ordinary thing. No, it is not ordinarily possible. If I am able to do this thing, that means so many personalities are involved and so many people are pleased. So many people have allowed me to do this thing. So I should feel gratitude to all these personalities who are there in the parampara. Right up till Sri Krishna. So this is a very, very essential thing. So that is when the Lord will start manifesting. Otherwise, we may have deities, we may have the holy name with us, but we will not be able to access the Lord. No, we will have the scriptures also, but these are all things which are non-different from the Lord. And Srimad Bhagavatam is not different from the Lord, and the holy name is not different from the Lord. The deities are not different from the Lord, but we will not be able to access them until unless we know the actual methodology or actual protocol to actually approach them, right? So this is the protocol with which we actually approach them. And when all these personalities are pleased, so then immediately the Lord's mercy actually comes. So this Maharaj Pratap Rudra's pastime is also something in this lines. No, it is very, very nice. Like we can actually see that Maharaj Pratap Rudra, he heard about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he heard about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was absent in Jagannath Puri. So when he was absent, so where he was, so he was in the South India Yatra. No, he was like probably he would have come to Bangalore also. I don't know. In the itinerary, like it was not there, but connecting links are there. So probably he could have come. No? So there is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went for the South Indian tour. So at that time, like Maharaj Pratap Rudra, he got to know like such a great personality was there in Jagannath Puri, and he has left Puri for South Indian Yatra, and he will come back. Anytime he's expected back, right? So like how did he get to know? Because before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came from Bengal, after he took sannyas, and then he was there. He just delivered Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. He was a great Mayavadi scholar, but then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered him, and after that, after a few days of stay, he actually went out for South Indian Yatra. And this Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is the court priest. He is the main chief priest of Maharaj Prataparudra. So in that way, like Maharaj Prataparudra also got to know that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, such a great personality, was there, and he is Supreme Lord himself. And if in your kingdom, if in your dominion, you have the Lord residing. So then obviously you will have the interest, like you will have the desire to meet him, right? So here Maharaj Prataparudra is developing so much desire to meet him, right? So meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he is writing, he is corresponding with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. You see that like when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes back, you should arrange a meeting with him and me. Like, so it is very, I am very, very eager to meet him. And then Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya says that it is not possible. So why it is not possible? So because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is doing the Leela of a sannyasi. A sannyasi is not supposed to meet with a king. Why he is not supposed to meet with a king? Because what all things a sannyasi should avoid, personally, he should live very, very in a very simple way, right? So he should not have too much of opulence and too much of money and stuff like that. And a sannyasi avoids the association of opposite sex. And king is a person who is having these two things in abundance. So that is why that association is not very much like desirable for a sannyasi, right? So thank you. So this formula, there is a formula also behind this. What is the formula? If you see, like many times the devotees, like when they pray to the Lord, even Prahlad Maharaj, like recently we celebrated Narsimha Chaturdashi and we studied the prayers of Prahlad Maharaj. And in the prayers of Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad actually says that I wish to render service to your devotee. I wish to get an opportunity to render service to your devotee. And somebody may say, like, what's the point? Like, finally you want to attend the Lord and the Lord is there in front of you. Now, what's the point in now going and serving a devotee? You reached the goal, the game over, So, but that is not the case. A devotee is not that much eager to have the association of the Lord. No, he is having more eagerness to associate with devotees. Why? Because the devotees are intoxicated with Krishna, and they want to get that intoxication. More than Krishna, intoxication to Krishna is more better actually. So that is why it is mentioned that association of devotees is very, very desirable because they can actually spring about that intense attachment and attraction to Krishna. Even if we have even if Krishna comes personally, we may not be able to get that attraction and intense desire to love him. So why? Because Krishna doesn't have attraction to himself. So, or Krishna doesn't have that eagerness to himself. Of course, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he has. So, but this Krishna prem and the intensity of service to Krishna is there with the devotees. That is why the devotees desire association of other devotees because they want to get this intense desire to serve Krishna. So that is why Prahlad Maharaj is asking. The same applies on the opposite side also. The money is not big problem, but a person who's addicted to money is a problem. If you have association with people who are addicted to money, so he will pass on that addiction actually, right? So in the same way, positive and negative. So in both the cases, the object itself is not a problem, but a person who is attached to that object, he is more powerful than the object. So Krishna himself is not that powerful. But a devotee who is attached to Krishna is more powerful than Krishna. Why? Because he can give that attachment to us. That is why it is so. So, here we see that Maharaj Prataparudra, he is having so much desire to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But then Mahaprabhu is doing the Leela of a sannyasi, and a sannyasi will not associate with these two personalities because the ashram, the sannyas ashram itself says that he cannot have association of opposite sex and he cannot have too much abundance of wealth. And if we associate with a person who's having these two things in abundance, then he will also get the desire. Oh, maybe I can also have some money. I can also enjoy the opposite sex. That kind of a thought, even a thought that crosses the mind of a sannyasi, it's considered to be very, very abominable. It's considered to be suicidal for them. So that is why it is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to avoid no such association. And the king was given a flat reply saying that no, Mahaprabhu will not meet you. So then he was completely broken-hearted. So now we will read certain few shlokas from this. It's very, very nice actually. So here this chapter is actually named as cleansing of Kundi temple. So after few shlokas, the Gundicha temple cleansing comes, and after that the Rathyatra pastimes actually come. So just in a month's time, we have July 1st, we have the Rathyatra ceremony that happens in Jagannath Puri, right? So all of us had gone there. So it is a very, very grand ceremony. So in fact, the Rathyatra ceremony is a very nice pastime that actually happens between the Sri Mandir, the Jagannath temple is considered to be the Dwaraka, and then the Gundicha temple is considered to be Vrindavan, and the devotees of Vrindavan they always feel intense separation from Krishna, and they like this pastime is so wonderful that Krishna's best of the devotees is the devotees of Vrindavan, and but Krishna spent very less time there. He spent more time in Dwaraka and Mathura and other places. Why it is so? Because the service in separation is considered to be very highest, and the devotees of Vrindavan were doing the service of separation. And here also in Jagannath Puri, the same pastime actually goes on. So the Lord in Sri Mandir is in Dwaraka, and the devotees are in Vrindavan. And they once in a year, so this pastime is enacted, where they come and they drag Krishna, Balram and Subhadra, so to Gundicha temple. So that's they are taking him home back, Garvapsi, so they're taking him back home to Vrindavan, right? So that's a very nice pastime that happens. And then there are many other leelas actually happens there. So where Jagannath is not coming back in time, so then Lakshmi Devi from Sri Mandir, she comes and she fights with the Jagannath's servants, and then she breaks Jagannath's crown, and so much of family fight happens there, and then she goes back. And because Lakshmi Devi went back with so much of anger, Jagannath in a very humble way, he goes and he pacifies. Ulta Rath happens, and then he goes to the temple, and Lakshmi Devi doesn't allow Jagannath inside the temple. And then there is little bit of pacification and things like that. Then finally Jagannath is allowed to go inside the temple. So much of this one happens. So in Dwaraka or Sri Mandir, Lakshmi Devi is the king. She whatever she decides, that's what happens. And in this one, in Gundicha or in the Vrindavan, so there Radharani and other devotees, they are the ones dictators. They dictate what has to happen. So Krishna is not boss anywhere. So Krishna is not boss in his home. So always this is what happens. People become boss outside. In home, they cannot be the boss. So it holds true for the Supreme Personality of Godhead also. So anyways, so this is the Rathyatra pastime in essence. So now we come back to this pastime where Prataparudra Maharaj, he's actually asking this particular thing. We will just read this thing, right? So when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned from his South Indian tour, Maharaj Prataparudra, the king of Orissa, became very anxious to meet him. The king sent a letter from his capital Cuttack to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, entreating him to obtain the Lord's permission so that he could go and see him. Replying to king's letter, Bhattacharya wrote that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has not given his permission. After this, the king wrote him another letter. In this letter, the king requested Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please appeal to all the devotees associated with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and submit this petition to them on my behalf. So this is a very nice point. If the Lord rejects our proposal, so no big loss has happened. Still there is a lot of hope is there. Why? Because if devotees recommend, definitely Lord has to accept. Maharaj Prataparudra is telling, okay, if Lord has rejected, no problem. You appeal to the devotees. So this is a very important thing. When we go, if in the government offices we go, we should know in which table how much if you keep, the work will happen. So that is when the document will move or your process will move. In Krishna consciousness also it is the same thing. Foolish people, foolish devotees, they go directly to Krishna. Krishna, please accept me and please do this, please do that. And Krishna is not looking at them and they are dejected. Intelligent devotees, they go to the devotees. They go to the acharyas, they go to the parampara, right? So they go to Srila Prabhupada, they go to the spiritual master, they go to the devotees who are nicely practicing. So by their mercy, they will be able to access the Supreme Lord, right? So this is more intelligence, right? So here we see that, now please appeal to all the devotees associated with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and submit this petition to them on my behalf, right? So if a devotee prays for us, then the Lord cannot reject, no? But if we directly go and pray to the Lord, no, Lord can reject, no? So like there, if we put the appeal, it will be more strong, we should know. So that is a secret, no? So if all the devotees associated with the Lord are favorably disposed towards me, then they can submit my petition at the lotus feet of the Lord. So their petition is very powerful. So that is why we should not directly put our petition to the Lord. We should always send it through the devotees. So by the mercy of all devotees, one can attain the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Without his mercy, my kingdom does not appeal to me. If Gaura Hari, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, will not show mercy to me, I shall give up my kingdom and become a mendicant and beg from door to door. And so the king wants to, like, if this position, me being the king is the problem, so I'm ready to give it up. No, I don't want to be a king if I cannot get the audience of the Lord. Right? So when the Bhattacharya received this letter, he became very anxious. He then took the letter and went to the devotees of the Lord. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya met with all the devotees and described the king's wishes. Then he presented the letter to all of them for inspection. Upon reading the letter, everyone was astonished to see that King Prataparudra had so much devotion for the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The devotees gave their opinion and said, the Lord will never meet the king. And if we requested him to do so, the Lord will surely feel very unhappy. No? So it is like if the devotees go and tell this thing, Lord will definitely ask, no, what do you want me to do? Like, no, people will speak very bad about me. And like, no, this is not at all this one, no, a sannyasi is not supposed to do all these things. And you want to bring blasphemy to me, you want to bring bad name to me, that's what you people want. So this is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will tell. So devotees know it perfectly, all dialogue they know. So, and that is why they are not, like, they're all feeling, this side a devotee is hankering to meet the Lord, and this side the Lord is telling that, no, I will not meet him. And in between, the devotees are ripped apart. No, they feel so much for the devotee, and they are not, no, they don't want to make the Lord also unhappy. No, it's a very, very like uncomfortable situation, right? So, like, why these things happen? Why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is present? Why such uncomfortable situation has to happen? No, Lord always plans uncomfortable situation. If you see, like in Vrindavan, no day is a peaceful day. No, morning, afternoon, evening, some demon comes and they disturb. Why so much in the kingdom of Lord, in the home of Lord? No devotees who are there. Why all these things happens? Why? Because whenever there is a problem, the devotee naturally takes shelter of the Lord, and that is why the Lord creates problem for devotees. No, so it is like, more serious a devotee, he actually gets more problems in life. And he relishes the problems because he is able to remember the Lord, and Lord personally comes to save. So that is why Kunti Maharani is also praying that, no, you give me more problems. Nobody wishes like that. Nobody prays like that. We go to the Lord and say, like, no, there is so many problems are there. Like, no, finish these problems. And pure devotees have a completely different desire. Now, why? Because whenever they are in problem, they remember the Lord very intensely. And whenever they remember the Lord intensely, immediately the Lord is present. And they know the formula now. I want the presence of the Lord. So you put me in problem, I'll get you. So that is why they do this thing. So we should not offer this prayer, because in problem we forget the Lord. So that is why we should not offer this prayer. So here we see that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then said, we shall go once again to the Lord, but we will not request him to meet the king. Rather, we shall simply describe the good behavior of the king. So here the devotees are making plan. If I request the Lord to see him, then only Lord will feel bad. But if I simply glorify the king, because he's a devotee, in assembly of devotees, we glorify the devotees. So we'll just simply go and glorify the king. We will not ask the Lord to meet. No, that is a problem, right? So we will not do that. So then, having thus reached a decision, they all went to the place of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There, although ready to speak, they could not even utter a word. All of them went with this idea, want to glorify the king. But there, after going in presence of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, nobody is able to speak anything. So by mistake also, if they say, like, oh Lord, please accept to meet him, it will be a very uncomfortable situation, right? So they have to do something very, very critical. So after they arrived at Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's place, the Lord seeing them said, "What have you all come here to say? I see that you want to say something, but you do not speak. What is the reason?" Right? And then Nityananda Prabhu then said, "No, we want to tell you something. Although we cannot say without speaking, we are still very much afraid to speak. Hmm. We want to submit before you something that may or may not be befitting. The matter is this: unless he sees you, the king of Orissa will become a mendicant." Hmm. So Nityananda Prabhu continued, "The king has decided to become a mendicant and accept the sign of a mendicant by wearing an ivory earring. He does not want to enjoy his kingdom without seeing the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." No, they didn't want to tell this, but no, when they went, like the situation was like that, they told this. No, so he wants to meet you. Without meeting you, he will become a mendicant. Hmm. So the king also expressed his desire to see the moon-like face of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to his eyes' full satisfaction. He would like to raise the lotus feet of the Lord to his heart. Hmm. Hearing all these statements, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mind was certainly softened, but externally he wished to speak something, some harsh words. So internally, the Lord is feeling happy. No, such a nice devotee. No, he has developed such nice eagerness to meet the Lord. So he is feeling so happy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is feeling happy. But then externally, no, he is going to speak something harsh. No, why harsh? Because he wants to keep the etiquette. He wants to keep that, how a sannyasi is supposed to be there. No, he wants to follow all the protocol. So why he has to follow? Because yadyad acharati shreshtas tatat eve tarojana. So it is whatever a great personality performs, the common man follows. And now if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu breaks this etiquette and he does something, then everybody will follow. In future, like no, there will be dongi sannyasis, no, who will do so many things. Like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did this thing. No, it will be a big problem actually. No, it will set a precedence. So that is why Mahaprabhu is not easily accepting this particular thing, right? And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "I can understand that you all desire to take me to Cuttack to see the king." It's not working. Battery gone, huh? Hare Krishna. Speaker is there, but then I think battery is gone. But all of you are able to hear me in the back also? Huh? So then we can speak without this also. So here we see that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is telling that I can understand that indirectly people are telling that I should go and meet the king, right? And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "What to speak of spiritual advancement, all the people will blaspheme me. And what to speak of all the people, Damodara would chastise me." No? So this Damodar Pandit, so he is one of the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So everybody everybody in the association of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu considers him the greatest personality and everybody wants to serve. But this Damodar Pandit, okay, this so Damodar Pandit, no, he, like though he's a brahmachari, no, he's brahmachari is like much lesser in the cadre, like brahmachari, then grahastha, then vanaprastha, then sannyas, right? So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a sannyasi and Damodar Pandit is a brahmachari. And brahmachari cannot advise a sannyasi. But here Damodar Pandit, no, all the time he sees, keep watching Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Anything he does, like little bit also here, there wrong, immediately he'll catch Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and he'll say, "You see, you are doing something wrong. No, if you do like this, common people will follow. You should not do like this." He has the daringness to advise Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That's why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is telling, you see that common people will talk bad. That's a different thing. In my own like association, this Damodar will start speaking bad about me. So that is the problem. No, I shall not meet the king. So I shall not meet the king at the request of all the devotees, but I shall do so if Damodar will give me his permission, right? So like in this way, like he's actually mentioning that this. Okay, so then Damodar immediately replied, "My dear Lord, you are the fully independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since everything is known to you, you know what is permissible and what is not permissible. I am merely an insignificant jiva. So what power do I have to give direction to you? By your own personal choice, you will meet with the king. I shall see it. So it's like everybody's consensus are taken. So the king is very much attached to you, and you are feeling affection and love towards him. Thus, I can understand that by virtue of king's affection for you, you will touch him. Although you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and are completely independent, still you are dependent on the love and affection of your devotees. That is your nature. This is like very nicely, Damodar Pandit is putting. And Nityananda Prabhu then said, "Who is there in the three worlds? Who can ask you to see the king? No, nobody, none of us can force you, to actually see the king, right? And still, isn't it the nature of an attached man to give up his life if he does not attain the desired object?" So here Nityananda Prabhu is telling that if the king, he is having so much desire to meet you, and if he doesn't get your audience, like because of this attachment, he may give up his life. It's like there is a danger that is there. So, for instance, some of the wives of the Brahmanas who were performing sacrifice gave up their lives in the presence of their husbands for the sake of Krishna. So this pastime, many of you may know this pastime. In the Krishna Lila, in the Krishna book, this particular pastime is there. So when Krishna and Balram and all the cowherd boys, they were tending the cows. So one day they all became hungry, when they were doing their cow herding, and they they all came to Krishna and Balram. You see, we want some prasadam, like we are hungry. So then Krishna mentions that nearby there are some brahmanas who are performing some sacrifice, and you go and ask them. Generally in a sacrifice, they'll have lots and lots of prasadam that is arranged, right? So here also we are doing a sacrifice, Harinam Sankirtan, and then Abhishek of the Lord. So finally, all of us, what we will get at the end of the program? Prasadam. If there is any program that is happening, there will definitely be prasadam. So that is the thing. So here Krishna is mentioning, see, there is a program that is happening nearby, and you go there, and there will be prasadam. You can get like for all of us. So that is the thing. So, but then, Krishna also tells that when you go there and you're asking for prasadam, so you should understand, you go as a beggar, and a beggar, like what is a probability that a beggar can get something what he wants? What's the probability? 50-50, or maybe 10 or 90 and things like that. It's all of you have did book distribution, so you know the probability nicely, right? So there is a high probability that we may not get what we want. So Krishna is mentioning, see, you are going to beg something, and you may be the result may be negative. You may not get what you want, but still you should not feel bad. A beggar should never feel bad. Beggar should always feel enthusiastic, right? So he tells this and he sends them, and then these boys go and approach the brahmanas, and then they say, like, you see, Krishna has come, Balram has come. They are the Supreme Lord. So so boys with like no simple innocence, they're actually mentioning. So, and they are asking for food, like, please give, So then the Brahmana say, like, see, this is not the time. The time has, like, the yajna has to finish, and then like the whole procedure has to finish, and then like proper bhoga offering will happen. So that is when the Lord will take, and after that we will distribute. So this is like, you have set a time for bhoga offering in your home, maybe 11 o'clock or something like that. And the Lord comes at 9 o'clock and says, immediately you give me food. And then you say, like, no, why are you coming now? Your time is 11 o'clock only. No, you come at 11 o'clock only. So it is like something like that. So these Brahmanas are telling that, this is not the time. Like all our preparations are ready, but we will do our procedure. We will not give this one. Even if Supreme Lord comes and asks, we will not give. So that is their problem. So, and these boys, they become very sad. Krishna told, like, you should not become sad, but still they become sad. So they came back to Krishna and they told, like, see, this is the situation. This is what has happened. So then Krishna again instructed them. Now you go to the wives of these Brahmanas. So they are very, very devoted to me. So they will give. Immediately you tell my name, they will give. So how they are devoted? No, how did they know about Krishna? Like these, like Brahmanas of Mathura and or the wives of the Brahmanas of Mathura. So because Vrindavan is a village, no. And often, devotees like the gopis from Vrindavan, so they would take milk, this one curd and butter and other things, and sometimes the fruits and things like that. So they would take it to the city, and there they would sell. And whenever they go and they would sell all these things in the city, so they would always sing about the pastimes, latest pastimes, no? Like latest release, no, no, latest pastimes of Krishna from Vrindavan. So they would sing about these things and keep on hearing these things. But every day, what is it? People would sell this milk, curd, butter, and things like that. They would not tell. Like here, we can see that like whatever product they are selling, they will shout, no, like milk or this one flowers or something like that. There they would not shout anything. No, they would just simply chant Krishna's pastimes, and people have to come and see, okay, what they are selling, and they have to buy. So they are so much intoxicated with Krishna's pastime, they would not tell what product they have come to sell. No, and they would not even know what price they are getting. No, so they would simply chant the pastimes of Krishna. And seeing these devotees, as we had previously discussed, so when we get the association of the devotees who are intoxicated about Krishna, so then immediately we get also attached to that personality. So generally these housewives, they would go and purchase things, in the street. So and they would always hear Krishna's Leela, going on like in the marketplace. So then they got so much attachment to Krishna. So in this way, they developed attachment. And now Krishna is telling, you see, like, no, they are my devotees, you go to them. And like here, when like these boys come and they say that like Krishna and Balram has come and they want some food, immediately these Matajis, what they do, they pack all the food that is there, which is supposed to be offered, like the Bhoga offering has to happen after the Yajna procedure. So all that is kept for Yajna, everything they packed, everything they packed, and they're not telling like, no, we will give it to you, you go and deliver. No, it's not like that. Where is Krishna? You tell, no, we will come. So it is not that, no, we will give, you go and serve. It's not like that. Where is Krishna? You tell, we will come. In those days, it is a very serious etiquette. Like even in the Lord Ram's pastime also we see, Mother Sita, she was kidnapped from the house of Lord Ram. And then for her to come back, it became very, very, even after defeating Ravana. So there is so much of social etiquette. A woman goes out of the home without the permission of husband means it's a serious thing. No, it's as good as divorce. No, actually. So like they would not be accepted back by the society. So now these Matajis over there, what they are doing, they're ready. No, they're not asking their husband's permission. That's all. Tata bye bye. So Krishna has come in our life. That's all. No. So they are not even thinking like what will happen if we come back, what will happen, and nothing, no arguments, no thought, nothing. Their only thought is Krishna has come and we have to feed him. That's all. Nothing else is coming in their mind. So simply this much is there in their mind. And they are just like, packing up everything and they're going, they're going to serve, over there. So at this point in time, there are like, many instances that are there. Like there are some of them, they were not allowed, to meet the Lord. And it is as good as a death for them, actually. They were prevented from meeting Krishna, right? So finally, like when, anyway, that pastime we will hear when Janmashtami comes close by in detail. There is so much of detail is there in that pastime. So, but here we see that, when the instance that is brought about here is when a person is very much attached to Krishna, and if he is stopped, from having the audience of Krishna, there is a good chance that, he may give up his life. So now we see that the instance here, the example that's cited is because Maharaj Pratap Rudra, There's so many things will be happening there for arrangement, but you can focus on the class. So, no, Maharaj Pratap Rudra, like, no, he is also having similar kind of intense attachment to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And if Mahaprabhu doesn't give audience, no, there is a good chance that he may give up his life, right? And then, no, Nityananda Prabhu then submitted one suggestion for Lord's consideration. There is a way, he suggested, by which you need not meet the king, but which would enable the king to continue living. If you, out of your mercy, send one of your outer garments to the king would live, hoping to see you sometime in the future. So this is like, extending this one. No, like the Mahaprabhu, like Nityananda Prabhu is telling that we have a solution. Like you just give one of your garments, used garments, no, that is called tadiya. No, tadiya means that which is used in the service of the Lord, right? So in fact, like the worship of the Lord, Aradhananam Sarvesham, Vishnu Aradhanam Param, Tasmat Parataram Devi, Tadiyanam Samarchanam. So Tadiya, so it is a very, this one actually. Tadiya means anything that is connected to the Supreme Lord. So the worship paraphernalia that is connected to the Supreme Lord, the temple is connected to the Supreme Lord, and then the devotees, they are connected to the Supreme Lord. So here, this is particular shloka where Lord Shiva is telling to Mother Parvati that Aradhananam Sarvesham, of all the types of worship, Aradhananam Sarvesham, Vishnu Aradhanam Param, the topmost kind of worship is Vishnu Aradhanam Param. Tasmat Parataram, even more better than that is Tasmat Parataram Devi Tadiyanam Samarchanam. Worship of things that are connected to Krishna, that is even more amazing, even more like, what is that, like, which is considered to be more better or more superlative than worship of Krishna also, right? So worship of Krishna is superior, and more superior to that is worship of the devotees of the Lord, the worship of paraphernalia, the worship of the Dham, the worship of things that are connected to Krishna, right? So in that way, like, here we see that Nityananda Prabhu is asking, no, you don't need to personally go and meet, or you don't need to give him audience. You just give your garment, which you used, your Mahaprasad, like, you give that. So that is sufficient. And when he receives, the king, when he receives it, because he is a devotee, he will not say, hey, ye kya de diya, like, outer garment. I want to meet him. So he will not tell like that, because he is a devotee. Devotee, he knows the value of tadiya. He knows the value of things that are used by the Lord. He will worship, and he will have the reverence as good as he has met the Lord himself, right? So he will have that reverence. So that is why he is a nice devotee. So he will have that kind of reverence, and in this way he will give up his plans of renouncing the kingdom or committing suicide and things like that, right? So the Lord said, since you are all very learned personalities, whatever you decide, I shall accept. That means the Lord wants to accept, but he doesn't want to directly tell, no, I accept. No, whatever you people decide, I will accept. No, before they all decided you should meet, and he didn't accept. And now they all decided that you should give your outer garment. Then he's telling, okay, whatever you decide, no, let it happen. No, that means it has his approval. Right? So then Lord Nityananda Prabhu then obtained an external garment used by the Lord by requesting it from Govinda. So Govinda is the personal servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Nityananda Prabhu requested Govinda to give a used garment, and in that way he got it. Thus Nityananda Prabhu delivered the old cloth into the care of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya sent it to the king. Now you see how the mercy of the Lord actually reaches a devotee. So we all discussed that water tank example, right? And also we all discussed the parampara, like why we offer Mangalacharan, the whole list of personalities in the parampara, we actually offer Mangalacharan. So why do we do that? This is the channel like through which our prayers go, and this is the channel through which the mercy of the Lord comes back. So same thing we saw that he approached Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who is the spiritual master, and spiritual master submitted the request to all the other great devotees. And through them, somehow or other, Lord was convinced. And Lord's mercy came through Nityananda Prabhu, and then to the spiritual master, and then it is going to reach the Maharaj Pratap Rudra. So this is how the request goes, and the mercy comes back, right? So both the things happen. This is the protocol. or this is the way the Lord functions. So when the king received the old cloth, he began to worship it exactly as he would worship the Lord personally. Right? So this is the thing that we were like, no, tadiyanam samarchanam, no, tasmat parataram devi tadiyanam samarchanam. So this Chaitanya Charitamrita is considered to be a postgraduate study. Why? Because all the things that we are studying in the various scriptures, we will have first and example in a topmost way, in a very amazingly, that particular devotional service is exemplified by the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, either Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself or devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So they actually perform the pastime. Now we see Tadyanam Samarchanam, we have heard so many times this shloka, but then here we see in action when Maharaj Prataprudra, he was so eager to have the audience of the Lord, and now he has got just the outer garment. Now he is not dejected, rather he became very, very happy. And he started worshipping that outer garment as good as the deity of the Lord. No, that was his deity worship. No, just the outer garment of the Lord. So he kept that, and that is like Uttari, no, Angavastra. He just got that, and then he started worshipping that as the deity. No, so this is the etiquette. This is the proper way of worshiping. And after returning from his service in South India, Ramananda Rai requested king to allow him to remain with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So now there is another twist that comes in the pastime. What is that? So now one channel of request that is going is through Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the spiritual master of Maharaj Prataprudra, and he presented it to the devotees, and finally it went to Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now there is another channel that is opening up. See, a nice devotee is there. So many other devotees will come for recommendation. No, so that is this an amazing thing. But if the devotee is not that very good devotee, he doesn't do his services nicely, or he gives trouble to other devotees, nobody will come for recommendation. No, here we see that like now Ramananda Rai, he is coming after taking retirement from his government service. From Madras. No, at that point in time, Orissa to Madras, like full one kingdom was there. Like full only one king was there, and Maharaj Prataprudra is the king, and Ramananda Rai was working as a minister under Maharaj Prataprudra. And like when he is coming back, Ramananda Rai is coming back. What has happened? Like something very wonderful has happened before that. So what has happened? Ramananda Rai got the instruction from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu: you give up your kingdom and you come and serve me, right? And when he presented this to Maharaj Prataprudra, so what happened? It is like Maharaj Prataprudra is want to meet the Lord, and here one of his junior, one of his servant, he is getting the order from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you come and serve. So like generally ego clash will happen. I am senior, I am there. First I should get the audience. No, then you should go. What is this? Like you want to go? I will not give you release. No, I will not give you anything. So, but Maharaj Prataprudra, here is a genuine devotee, a true devotee. How he actually thinks. No, that's a very nice thing. When Maharaj Prataprudra heard this, immediately he told, I am not getting this chance. You are getting this chance. Like I will give you, you take retirement, but I will give you double the salary. No, every month, whatever salary you are getting, you will get double salary. Why? Because you have become somehow or other you are pleased to the Supreme Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I am not able to do, you are able to do. So that is why I'll give you double salary. No, there is no ego clash here. No, you are getting more mercy. There is no ego clash, but there is so much of pleasure that is there. Maharaj Prataprudra was so eager or so nice welcoming this proposal. And because of that, what's going to happen? Now Ramananda Rai has come to the shelter of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. What he will do? Naturally, he will glorify the king. No, you see, I wanted to resign, and this person doubled my salary, and he gave he gave release from my service also. And naturally, it is a very amazing thing. Just because I am coming for your service, he did all these things to me. So this will actually more soften the heart of Mahaprabhu, right? So when Ramananda Rai requested the king to allow him to stay with the Lord, the king immediately gave him permission with great satisfaction. As for the king himself, he began to solicit Ramananda Rai to make a meeting arrangement. So now you see, he is a subordinate, and he is able to get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, And immediately, no, Ramananda Rai, sorry, immediately the king is able to do the role reversal. See, you have got the mercy of the Lord, that means you are superior. No, now you request permission from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that I should meet him. Right? So immediately, no, he's very nicely he's no changing the role. The king told Ramananda Rai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is very, very merciful to you. Therefore, please solicit my meeting with him without fail. Right? So in this way, he is actually requesting the meeting. The king and Ramananda Rai returned together to Jagannath Kshetra, Puri, and Sri Ramananda Rai met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Right? At that time, Ramananda Rai informed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu about the ecstatic love of the king. Indeed, as soon as there was some opportunity, he repeatedly informed the Lord about the king. Right? So he's keep on glorifying the king. Ramananda Rai came, like taking this one after resigning the job, he came and he keep on glorifying the king. Right? Sri Ramananda Rai was indebted, he was indeed a diplomatic minister for the king. No? His general behavior was very expert, and simply by describing king's love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gradually softened the Lord's mind. So here Ramananda Rai, like he is a nice devotee, but then he was a minister also, right? So minister means they know a lot of diplomatic dealings, and here he is using that diplomacy. He is not asking like what is it? King has asked him, you asked for a meeting, with me, and Ramananda Rai is not asking that. He's keep on glorifying the king. He's not asking you meet. Like you see that king is so wonderful. So he is such a nice devotee. He gave me this. He did like this. He did like that. He's keep on glorifying. He's not telling that no, you give a meeting, you like accept a meeting, right? And then Prabhupada writes here. The diplomacy of Ramananda Rai and entreaties of Sarvam Bhattacharya and all other great devotees succeeded. The conclusion is that diplomacy used in the service of the Lord is a form of devotional service. So that's a nice point actually. So then Maharaj Prataparudra, in great anxiety, could not endure not seeing the Lord. Therefore, Sri Ramananda Rai, by his diplomacy, arranged a meeting with the Lord for the king. Sri Ramananda Rai frankly requested Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, please show your lotus feet to the king at least once. So, like this is a meeting, no? So it's like he's not telling that you talk to him or you have a conversation or something like that. You just show your lotus feet, So if lotus feet tak aa gaya, to like no, aage bhi dikh jayega, no? So it's like that. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, my dear Ramananda, you should make this request after duly considering whether it is befitting for a sannyasi to meet a king. If a mendicant meets a king, this world and the next world are both destroyed for the mendicant. Indeed, what is there to say of the next world? In this world, people will joke if a sannyasi meets a king. Ramananda Rai replied, my dear Lord, you are the supreme independent personality. You have nothing to fear from anyone because you are not dependent on anyone. When Ramananda Rai addressed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the supreme personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu objected, saying, I am not the supreme personality of Godhead, but an ordinary human being. Therefore, I must fear public opinion in three ways, with my body, mind, and words. So this always, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mentions this, like he is not the supreme Lord. So because the Lord is performing a pastime of a devotee, and if more people know that he is Supreme Lord, it becomes a problem. No, he cannot execute his service as a devotee, right? As soon as the general public finds a little fault in the behavior of a sannyasi, they advertise it like wildfire. A black spot of ink cannot be hidden on a white cloth. It is always very prominent. Ramananda Rai replied, my dear Lord, you have delivered so many sinful people. This King Prataparudra, the king of Orissa, is actually a servitor of the Lord and your devotee. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, there may be much milk in the pot, but if it is contaminated by one drop of liquor, it is untouchable. So the king may be a very nice devotee, but then because he is a king, I cannot meet him. So this whole argument actually goes on. So then after that, there is an arrangement that is made. So the king, there is an arrangement that is made that the son of the king, the prince, is allowed to meet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because he was a small boy. Small boy means like they don't know much. They have not got that worldly knowledge much. They are still innocent. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu allowed that small boy to come and meet. And when he came to meet, he was also a little blackish in complexion. And he was wearing yellow dhoti, and he was decorated, somewhat like Krishna. So then immediately when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the prince, the son of the king, so he got reminded of Krishna. And then there is so much of ecstasy that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got, and immediately he embraced that boy. And when he embraced that boy, the boy became a from 0 to 100, immediately he became a pure devotee. So then when he came back to the palace, and then the king saw that this boy is transformed like anything, and then the king embraced that boy. So now he did not directly embrace Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced the boy, and now the king is able to embrace the boy. So now he is able to feel the touch of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, right? So that is how he gets the second mercy, that is coming through Ramananda Rai. So in this way, we see that many wonderful thing actually happens, and then one by one, and finally during Rathyatra time, the king actually gets the opportunity to meet meet Lord Chaitanya. So there are so many different sequences that are there. So we see that the king actually he was sweeping in front of Lord Jagannath during the Rathyatra, and when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw that he is a king but still he is taking up menial service, that also attracted him. So it is not one appeal, it is not one thing that actually moved the case. It is like so many different avenues. He's actually getting mercy. And what happens when we get the mercy of the Lord? What is that we will get when we get the mercy of the Lord? Any idea what we will get, what we can expect? If we get the mercy of the Lord, we will become the richest person in the world. True or false? False, okay. And if we get the mercy of the Lord, probably we'll get a good job. By the mercy of the Lord only we get good job, right? So yeah, of course we get, by the mercy of the Lord only we get everything. But the real mercy of the Lord, the Lord mentions in Bhagavad Gita, tesham eva anukampartam. So to whom this applies? The before shloka, tesham satata yuktanam. Now those people, tesham, those people, satata yuktanam means always continuously engaged in the service of the Lord. Bhajatam priti purvakam. So they are engaged in the service of the Lord, and they render service with lot of love and affection, right? So to such people, what does the Lord give? What does the Lord give to such people? Tesham satata yuktanam. What does the Lord give? Dadami. What he says, I will give you. Dadami buddhi yogam tam. No, he gives the intelligence. No, intelligence or knowledge means what? In the beginning only we discussed, intelligence or knowledge means to see the connection with Krishna. See everything that exists in the whole creation has its connection with Krishna. So that revelation the Lord actually will give. And the next sloka he says, Tesham eva anukampartam. Now when I become very, very merciful upon some living entity, so what does he do? He actually describes this in 2 slokas in more detail actually. Right? Tesham eva anukampartam aham ajnana jamtamaha nashayami atma bhavasto jnana deepena bhasvata. So all that ignorance that is there in the heart, Krishna says nashayami, I will destroy the ignorance that is there in the heart, and jnana deepena bhasvata. So I will light the lamp of knowledge, in the heart of such a devotee. So that is the amazing mercy of the Supreme Lord. So if the Lord becomes actually merciful upon a living entity, he bestows such mercy that we will be able to see, we will be able to get that knowledge of Krishna consciousness will be revealed, in us. So we will be able to, the first step of the knowledge, we always try to mention this particular thing, and we always try to strive also. So all devotees also can try to make this thing. The first step of the knowledge means awakening of knowledge. Anybody can say what is the first step of awakening of knowledge, that we can see a tangible thing in our life? Any tangible thing? No, we can say that if this happens, we can understand that knowledge is awakening in our system. We will be able to hear the names of the Lord when we chant the names of the Lord, right? So that means the knowledge is awakening. No, that means Krishna is revealing himself unto us, right? So otherwise, we are not purified, we are not like avoiding the offenses, and we are not careful in execution of devotional service, then whatever circus we want, we can do, we will not be able to hear the names of the Lord. No, that's very clear. So if we are able to hear the names of the Lord crystal clear, no, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Not just once, continuously. No, when we are able to hear the names of the Lord continuously, that means we can understand the Lord has become merciful to us and the Lord has started revealing himself unto us, right? So that's the sign. And if you see, when you chant like that very nicely, you know, when you are able to immerse yourself in the sound vibration and you are not able to think of anything else and you are completely focused on the sound vibration, then you know, you are situated in the knowledge. And many times devotees share this realization. Whenever chanting goes nice, on that day, I'm able to tolerate so much of insults. I'm able to tolerate so much of pressure. No, I am not getting anger. No, all those things. No, sometimes devotees share this realization. Why? Because on that day they have got the darshan of Krishna. No, because of that, and they will be able to relate things properly. No, some light has come in their vision, right? And next day some gadbad ho gaya, like no light chale jayega. And then again, no, we get into our troubles and things like that, right? So this vision, this light, sometimes we are able to get. So in the advanced stages of bhakti, what happens is we will be able to have this light, we will be able to have this vision in a continuous basis, right? In the sadhaka stage, no, intermittently we'll get little bit sometimes, but in the advanced stage, it will become constant. No, we will never come down, right? So that like that. So the graph is like, you know, in the initial stage, the graph is very bad. No, after that, the graph become little stabilized. No, you're not coming down so fast. Like, no, you're able to maintain. And like after some time, it goes constant. Sometimes it comes down and it goes constant. Sometimes it comes down. And when in completely perfected stage, the graph doesn't come down at all. All the time we are in Krishna consciousness, right? So that is why we see in the pastimes of even great devotees, sometimes they come under Maya. No, sometimes they do some mistake. Why it happens? Because normally they are Krishna conscious. Sometimes they do mistake. No, we do mistakes. Sometimes we are in Krishna consciousness. That's the difference. No, great devotees and ordinary devotees, that's the difference. No, everybody makes mistake. But like a great devotee makes less mistake. And a really advanced devotee, a perfected devotee, doesn't make mistake at all. No, he's constantly in Krishna consciousness, so he cannot make any mistake, right? So like that, this is how this one actually happens. So now we see that the lordships, Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, so they have agreed to come here and to receive the service of the community of the devotees here. And we should always remember that these all essential teachings. Now the devotees are showing, Maharaj Pratap Rudra is showing how actually we should actually receive the Lord. And we should always approach the Lord for service through the parampara. And then we should not have this one key, like why only one home is having, no, why not in my home? No, so it should not be like that. So here we see that Maharaj Pratap Rudra, he sees that Ramananda Rai is going for service, and he is very happy. Like he's very happy that he facilitates that. So that's how we can actually attract the mercy of the Lord, right? So as a community, we should come together to take care of the Lord and his services. And in temple, if we want to serve Radha and Krishna in the temple, it is very, very what is that? It's very elaborate. In I think in Rachna Mataji's house, I was just mentioning what it takes to serve Radha and Krishna in temple. So like early morning, 4:15, we offer a bhoga. This one, what is that? Rasgulla, Rasmalai, and things like that. And then after that, Mangalarti we perform. And after Mangalarti, at around 7:30, after that, Shringar happens, dress change happens. Night we had offered night dress, and morning after Mangalarti, only brief time in Mangalarti time, we'll be able to see the night dress. And after that, again, the new Shringar happens, new dress actually is put. So then after that, at after Shringar is done, there is an Aarti that happens. After that, there is a Bhoga offering that happens. That main dish, side dish, one juice and a sweet. So 4 items are offered. And after that, there is another Aarti happens. After that, there is 12 o'clock Rajbhog. Rajbhog means minimum 16 items. like minimum 16 items has to be prepared. No, like many different types of rice, then dal, then like buttermilk, then panakam, and then we have roti, sabji, all those things, like many different items. 16 items are made minimum. No, more than that we can make, like not less than that. So 16 items have to be made. Then after that, like there is Rajbhog Aarti. No, then at 1 o'clock the temple closes. So 12 o'clock Boga, 12:15 is Aarti. If anybody wants to go to temple, this is the timings. No, so 12:15 is Aarti, and then 1 o'clock the altar closes. Then at 4 o'clock, 4:30, before like opening the altar, 4:15 there is a cut fruits offering that happens. Then after that, at 4:30 the like after every offering there is an Aarti. No, whenever we do Boga offering, there is an Aarti. No, so like 4:15 the offering happened. Then immediately after that there was Aarti. No, 4:30. No, that's the temple opening time, right? And after that there is again 7:30. There is 7 o'clock around. No, there is again main dish, side dish, sweet, juice, and a fry item. No, so I know all these things because I was cooking in the temple. So like we do that, and then there is an Aarti. Then after that, this one in the night, Shine Aarti happens. No, before that, there is a hot milk that is offered to the Lord. Then after that, Shine Aarti happens. Then after Shine Aarti, the altar closes. No, at 8:30. After altar closes, there is another Shringar. No, all the ornaments and all the flowers and everything are removed, and then a simple dress is offered. No, for the Lord. So that is night dress. No, another Shringar happens. And after that, by the side of the Lord for his night, like, we keep Ganadukta Dudh. No, that means the milk, 1 liter of milk boiled down to 200 ml or something like that. And that cannot be boiled in high flame. That has to be boiled in a very slow flame. And it has to be made like that and has to be offered. So this is what it takes to take care of Radha and Krishna deities. At least 10 Brahmanas are required to serve them actually. So, but the Lord is very merciful. So this is ISKCON standard. So when they come to the home, they are accepting a simple worship. Like Radha and Krishna are like, they have to be served like, like Raja and Rani. So they have to be offered like this one, very grand worship. So it is, because we want to expand the preaching mission, and we took the permission of our seniors and the deity worship ministry and things like that. So they told in ISKCON, we cannot maintain these deities. If you keep in ISKCON, the moment the deities come in ISKCON, immediately they have to be offered all these things. And cooking should be done only by Brahman initiated devotees, and worship also should be done only by Brahman initiated devotees. Otherwise, it is not possible. So we took special permission just for conducting our Janmashtami festivals. Like we need deities. So then they told us, okay, this is the minimum, don't go below this. So they gave us a minimum standard, and that is what we are going to do now. So like, we want to offer this worship. And because we have taken the permission of our seniors, so like, we know that Lord will not accept this worship, but because the devotees have accepted, the Lord will accept it. Otherwise Lord will say like, what worship you are offering? It is like 5 paisa worth worship. No, I don't want this. So, but then because devotee has agreed, the Lord will mercifully accept it. So that is how we are inviting the deities here, and we will together we will offer nice worship to the Lord. Right? So, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai, Sri Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. No, you can mention by the time.
We generally make from 100 to 280 grams.
That is condensed milk. That's like almost like rabdi.
It will be tasty.
It's so tasty. Krishna is Bhoktaram Ekta Tapasham, right? So Krishna is enjoyer. He keeps enjoying.
So let us thank today's section for last bhajan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. So we have no plans of getting Radha Krishna mental deities with us. We are planning she was in Thomas. But then one devotee was not able to take care because of some personal reasons. So the devotee approached one devotee from Melbourne, and that devotee approached us. And today we went and we got them. So today is basically the welcoming ceremony of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, and they have kindly agreed to accept our service. So all of us have assembled here just to welcome them. So their worship has started 4 years back. So from 4 years they have been worshipped, and now henceforth they'll be worshipped here in our community. So all of us can take chance and come and do the seva here with the permission of Srinidhi Prabhu. So he said, I'll put a roster here also, timetable. Yes. So simple worship will be there. Like every day we have morning one aarti, and then the bhoga offering, at least one bhoga offering. And in the evening, we'll have deity resting. So morning one aarti, bhoga offering. What date? The first one is deity wake up, then aarti, then bhoga offering, and night deity resting. And on Ekadashis, they will receive water abhishek, and the dress changing will happen. So once in 15 days, basically twice in a month, this dress change will happen. So this is the minimum seva that we are committing here. Yes. So we're committing here for the Lordships. So let us bless the family who is going to host them, our community deities, Srinidhi Prabhu, Dayavati Mataji, and Tattva, by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Thank you. Now we'll do the Aarti. So Prabhujis can come this side, Matais can assemble this side. Only light, not dim light. Come this side. Location. ಇದು ಕೂಡ you put this huh? Roji ये लगा देना स्टैंड ऊपर हां ಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ರಿಕ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ हां बताइए
Shri Shri Gandharva Giridhari Shriman Mahaprabhu ki jai. Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsimhadev Bhagwan ki jai. Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai. Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishore Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishore Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora Radha Jugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Aranahi Mora Jivane Kalindira kule geli kadambera vana Kalindira kule Kalindira kule geli kadambera vana Kalindira kule kadambera vana Ratana bedira upar to sab doi jana Ratana bedira upar to sab doi jana Ratana bedira upar to sab doi jana Shama Gauri Ange Vivo Chandane Raganda Shama Gauri Ange Vivo Chandane Raganda Shama Gauri Ange Vivo Chandane Raganda Shama Chamara Dulabo Kabe Heri Mukha Chandra Chamara Dulabo Kabe Heri Mukha Chandra Chamara Dulabo Kabe Heri Mukha Chandra Chamara Dulabo Kabe Heri Mukha Rathiya Malatir Mala Dibado Har Gale Rathiya Malatir Mala Dibado Rathiya Malatir Mala Dibado Har Gale Rathiya Malatir Adare Tuliya Dibo Karpura Tambole Adare Adare Tuliya Dibo Karpura Tambole Adare Lalita Vishakha Yakashati Vrinda Lalita Vishakha Lalita Vishakha Yakashati Vrinda Lalita Vishakha Adhyaya Koribo Seva Charanaravind দয়া করিব সেবা চরণারবিন্দ Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Dasaranu Dasa Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Dasaranu Dasa Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Dasaranu Dasa Devaya Vinasha Narottama Dasa Radha Krishna Dana Moda Jugala Kishore Radha Krishna Dana Jugala Kishore Radha Krishna Dana Moda Jugala Jivane manane gati aranai mo Jivane manane aranai mo Jivane manane gati aranai mo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Radha Krishna Pranamura Jugala Kishora Radha Krishna जने मरने गति हरण ही मोरा श्री श्री गांधर्व का गिरिधारी महाप्रभु की जय। श्री श्री लक्ष्मण सिंहदेव भगवान की जय। शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद स्टिवेंद्रेस एसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी महाराज शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद स्टिवेंद्रेस भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर महाराज शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की जय। ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की जय। मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय। पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय। गंगमई की जय। यमुनामई की जय। भक्ति देवी की जय। तुलसी महारानी की जय। संवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.